Hello, hello. It's morning. Good morning, everyone. Hi. Uh, why did I decide I would do this? Why? Game Dev Jeff, hello. Welcome in. How are you? Um, I'm I'm programming today, right now, in the morning, while I have zero brain cell. And outside, there's the guy with the fucking leaf blower. I hope you can't hear it. The mic setup is hopefully gated enough that you can't hear the leaf blower. But I can hear it. It's driving me mental. It's cold. Drinking coffee now. Kay, hello, hello. Welcome in. Hello. How are you? Good to see you. Those leaf blower people. Yeah. Yeah, they're just like incessant, single minded, driven to create as much noise as possible as early in the morning as possible on a Sunday. Oh, so apologies if I'm not my usual cheerful, energetic self that you normally get on Mondays at 7 p.m. Today we're getting the extra scuffed Neko. We actually have a puppy cat. We have a puppy cat on the sofa over yonder. She's decided to make herself comfy there. Um, good to see you too. These people have the worst timing. They do. Thankfully, today is mostly gonna be just me staring at the screen and typing in the things. And I don't have to really maybe brain cell too much. We'll see how it goes. I'm just doing the stream to have something I've committed to today. If I approach Poppy with the camera, but I don't make a big fuss about it, then maybe she'll let me just leave it there where we can get a good look at her, and she won't like immediately decide to get up and move. Sound like a good plan? Let's try that. Hopefully it'll be an autopilot day. Yeah, I mean it's programming. I can do that on autopilot. Let's autofocus that. This is like the fuck. Yeah, she's got a good view of the whole living room there. It's her new favorite spot. If I'm in here, she's probably on that cushion. And yeah, she can see the living room, she can see me, she can see the flatmate if the flatmate comes out, and she can also see a bit out the window, the balcony window that's over that way. So we have Cat, we have James, I have coffee flavored Dade milk. I have a Red Bull if things get hairy. I've taken my pills. Yes, why not? Let me introduce you to the thing I'm doing today. Where is game? Got some background music for us so we don't get too bored by just me staring at the screen. It's a bit dramatic at the moment, but we'll see. Playlist can change. It's not amazing contrast, is it? It'll do. It'll do. So, we are going to be writing our own fantasy games for our microcomputer. Check it out. This is a book published by Osborne. It's a book in a series of books that they made for programming on your 8-bit home computer, as was the case back in the day. Like, this was the way that you would get your games to play. If you didn't purchase them on cassette, you might have to be just like typing them in. And I remember seeing this particular book in the library once, when we were visiting back in the day. We were very young, and I was flipping through it and going, wow, that's neat. I put it down and continued touring the library because my mum, I guess, was taking us there, maybe. Can't remember the details exactly. But I do recall never being able to find this damn book ever again. And really lamenting that I didn't, like, grab it and ask to check it out and things. So, many years ago, Usborne decided to release all of these classic books of theirs as PDFs. And you can go online and download them. I could have prepared better, and I could have shared a link, couldn't I? If people are interested, I'll figure it out and share the link in the Discord for people to get these. But yeah, it's beautifully illustrated, and the whole point of the book is like, here, I'm gonna give you this game to play, but you're gonna type it in yourself, and this is how parts of the game work. And like, here's advice on if you want to change the game to do something different for your own purposes. It was very, very cool. So yeah, I want to at least try and type in the source code for this into an emulator. Because I no longer, sadly, I no longer have my original BBC Micro Model B. Didn't bring it with me to Australia. Should have, but oh well. We have emulators these days, and they're very, very fancy. So there's actually a couple of choices that we have. The first here, let me embiggen this somewhat. So the first here is BBC Micro. It's an emulator for the BBC Micro that was designed for helping people write tweets that they can then tweet at the BBC Microbot on the Twitters, which no longer runs on the Twitters, of course, for reasons, but there's an equivalent bot on Mastodon that you can toot your code at. And the idea was you could put a tweet's worth of code and send it to the bot, and it would run it and give you the output. So, for example, we could go mode 1, and I'm going to have to try and figure this out from memory. You could then move 800, maybe 200, and then you could color. Was it with a U? I can't remember. Yeah, it was with a U. Proper programming, this. Stardrop, welcome in. Making it out of bed. Just barely. And yeah, Game Dev Jeff, those books were really, really cool. They need to make something equivalent for the modern age, I think. The trouble is, for the modern age, there's so much extra steps involved in getting something that will do something pretty or interesting on the screen. Color 5, I don't remember what color 5 is. Line, we can draw a line from 800 to 200 to 800, 800. Let's run that. Let's see what that does. Mistake at line 20. Okay, do I have to do it in capitals? I probably have to do it in capitals. Leone. There we go. Line. Syntax error at line 40. Right, I think we have to give it an extra argument for what kind of line, maybe. No? Do we want to look it up in the manual? I have the manual here. And biggen it slightly so people can see. Because back in these days, computers came with manuals. Big chunky things telling you how to program them and how to, like, they've got circuit diagrams for how to fix them if they break and things like that. So here are some things for color, plotting, draw. It's not line, it's draw. I've been doing a lot of Microsoft QBasic lately for my own little game thing. And problem with that is it's slightly different from the talking and coding at the same time, James. Very ambitious for 9 AM. While the leaf blower guy is outside. The syntax for the different basics is different, of course, because there wasn't really a standard. This is just the one basic everyone uses. You have your own basic for your own computers. So I've been busy relearning QBasic for my game project, which I will get into at some later date. It's still unfinished. But for today, we're doing BBC Basic, which is different. Draw lines with draw. Run this program. There we go. We've got a line on the screen. Check it out. Let's change that to 600? No, 500, because it's like in the middle-ish. The exact coordinates of the screen are resolution independent, and I forget exactly how they go. But let's go like color 7 instead and see what that does. Okay, that's still white. Oh, because we're in mode 1. I think mode 2 has all the nice colors. Chunkier. Color 3. Color 2? Oh! Check it out. The cursor is green up here, and we could print hello chat. Again, I have to do this in all caps, do I? Hello chat. Changing the graphics color is a whole different one. It's G-col, isn't it? I remember now. G-col. All caps, Nico. G-col 5. Missing comma. Cool, cool. 5, 3. 1? No, wait, 0 for like regular drawing. We'll get this eventually through trial and error. Red! We got a red line. Haha. I remember when I was in the 2nd grade, my friends and I asked our school library for programming books by stuffing the suggestion box full of paper slips. They told us to get out. Aww. I remember on a little excursion to some educational center, because they had a bunch of these BBC computers set up, but it wasn't the school. It was like oh, the leaf blower guy. Murder in Minecraft. They had a bunch of computers set up. It wasn't like of the school, but I guess the school paid money to go there, so they didn't have to actually have all of these computers at hand. And there were some exercises that we could do, but I typed in from memory the little demo program that I always used to run on my own home BBC, where it would draw little crystal shapes. We could try and do that now, actually. We've sort of got this. So here, how to draw a square, changing the color. There's a way to draw triangles. Plot 85. Yeah. So we can draw a triangle instead of a line by moving we'll take that out and move it here. And how do you do loops in this? Repeat, move blue until false. And we will go here. X is R&D times 1000. Y is R&D times 1000. G call. Well, hang on. C is R&D times 6. Yeah, plus 1. G call C 1. This is probably too small for you. Did I get any recognition for such wizardry? Well, I did get into, like, later in high school, which was a different physical building, like a different school technically, but it's like a continuation of the same school franchise, I guess you'd call it. I did get into the computer club, where they had a smaller selection of computers that you could go to during a scheduled time slot, and it was very nice. Yeah, like the guy that ran... Sorry, I'm peeking. The guy that ran it, I guess saw, aha, nerdy kid who likes the computers. You should come to the computer club, and it was very nice. Alright, so we changed to a random color, and then we... What was it? Plot 85 X, Y until false. Now if I run this, maybe... Too big at line 130. How do we make a random color? Is int a keyword? Too big at line 120. It doesn't like my color change. But I think it's because of the randomness. Advanced graphics. Oh, it's because you're supposed to use gcol 0, comma, then the color number. Okay, you just had to know this kind of stuff. 0, C. Run now, please. Too big, line 120. Alright, let's find this randomness stuff. R&D. Oh, you can just ask it for random numbers with an upper bound. That's nice. Int rand 6 plus 1. So this is a cool little editor that basically pipes the code straight into the emulator without you having to type it in. Made by the very clever people who made the emulator and made the Twitter bot. and everything like that. Missing parentheses at line 120. There we go. There's my slightly squished crystal program. Now, I could use this editor to type in our program from the Usborne book. Who needs LSD? Yeah, you've got awesome crystal graphics drawing programs and things. And if you check out the BBC Micro bot itself, there's some really great things that people have managed to fit into the size of a tweet. When it first came out, I quite enjoyed the challenge of golfing down the code until it would fit, because there's lots of cool tricks and techniques you can use to sort of squish this code down and make it smaller. So yeah, can check that out actually. They might have a link to it here. Update your code, save memory from the emulator, start a new program. I'm trying to... Alright, hang on. I'll look for the thing. Is music coming through, by the way? Because I can just about hear Keen's soundtrack at the moment, but it's completely drowned out by the leaf blower. It looks a bit quiet on the mixer, so I'll bump it up. We had some more louder tunes earlier. So this is the bbcmicrobot.com, and all of these are tweets that people have sent the bot, or toots nowadays, of very small code that, you know, it's tiny, but they've managed to get the emulated BBC Basic code to produce some really cool art. It's really fun and amazing what people can do with just like very small lines of code. Like this thing, for example. There's the code for it. It is, you know, a little heavily squished and a bunch of inscrutable maths. But they've drawn this sphere. It's not actually like rotating this globe in real time. That would be a bit too much for our little 4 megahertz microprocessor. But what they've done is they've used palette cycling to make it look like it's spinning around. They just drew this globe with a series of colors from the 8 colors available to us, and then they're animating the colors instead of the whole screen. It's really clever. Alright, so, like I said, I could use this to enter the program code. It would be pretty handy, because like you've just got it all here, and you can use modern text editing and copy-paste and what have you to put it in there. But, I don't know. It's not quite the authentic experience. The other thing I could do, there's a 3D virtual Beeb that they've built with this same technology. So check this out. Like if you've got a 3D headset VR stuff, you can actually come into this virtual world. My God, at the leaf blower. He's just probably sitting outside. He saw my tweet. He saw I was going live today and he's like, you know what, I'm gonna mess with Neko. The problem, of course, is that I really need the window open. My flatmate is mostly over COVID. He's testing negative, but I still want a good breeze of fresh air here. But yeah, check it out. Virtual BBC Micro, we can actually use the keyboard if we're absolutely insane. Or, you know, you can type in here. Can sort of scooch it around, and you know, if I wanted to, I could type in the source code here. It's got this lovely clicky feeling for the keyboard. It's got the monitor there. Downside with this one is, although they do come with a few game discs available, I don't see a way for me to save. Like, there's no virtual floppy disks that I can save to. And if I'm typing in this whole program, I want to be able to save it later. But, yeah, they do have a few sample games you can play out here. It's really cool. Repton is like really early Boulder Dash, if you're familiar with it. And maybe it's crashed, I don't know. Is that normal? That doesn't look normal. Sometimes it they have a quota of minutes of blowing to fill. Yeah, I wonder. Like maybe their council-issued leaf blower has a timer on it, that they have to run it for a certain amount of time and then hand it in to get verified and get their 10 cents. This is a very cool demo people made. It's Bad Apple. More caffeine. Wait a minute, I'm not capturing my desktop audio. There's bleepy bloops you can hear here. Actual game audio capture. There you go. There's your bleepy bloops. I forgot that I had cleverly managed to exclude Firefox from my stream audio, and this is actually something I would prefer to have in the stream. They do their best with what's available. It's not exactly bad apple, but it's pretty impressive. And it cycles. Let me bring the background music back on. So we could do it here in virtual reality, but again, no way to save. I want to be able to save this stuff if I'm typing it in. So as the final option, there is this one, which was the original one before they added like the Twitter integration and everything. If I do shift break, yeah. So it's got the nice monitor look. It's got the clunky disk sounds. We can load in disk images that we want. We can load in stuff from an archive, and yeah, it's possible to paste text straight into the emulator. So you paste text in here, it goes up here, but we can otherwise type and hopefully be able to save our program afterwards. I'm just looking at the disks here. Right, so we've got an option here to download drive 0 image as SSD, DSD. You can go from examples or local. Right, so I can load a disk here if I want to. How do I have a blank disk? We've also got the option of changing which keyboard layout we use, because this isn't the exact same keyboard as we're used to these days. So some of the symbols are in different positions. I want to go with the natural layout, where star is on Shift 8, because that's where it is on my actual keyboard. But on the original Beeb, star was next to the Enter key. And this is important if you're playing games, or if you're trying to write code. Because I don't want to mess up. One downside is, though, that Shift 2 is at on my keyboard, but it's double quotes here, because there is still the difference in UK keyboard layout versus Australian layout, which uses the US layout. So Shift, like if I'm trying to type a double quotes, I'm getting the at symbol. And if I'm trying to type at, I get double quotes. And if I try and type a $sign, okay, that's a $sign. Where's the pound symbol? There's a pound symbol here somewhere. This one? Yeah, there we go. Pound sterling. Because this is a British computer. Oh, Neko. Why did you try and stay awake this time of day? I didn't get much sleep. Because I'm slowly going mad. Like, I was in bed at midnight, but I don't think I was asleep until at least 4 a.m. Somewhere around that time. Let's embiggen this a bit. And we can shove it over to the side. Let's make our little program again. Actually, no, let's find out how I do listing on the disks. Because there's a way to do it, and it's not, I think, included in our little book. Okay, let's try some of these commands and see what they do. Mighty Mystery, hello. Hope I'm doing well. I am doing. That's about all I can say. You might hear the leaf blower in the background while I'm speaking. He's going constantly because he saw my tweet that I'm going live. And I'm here trying to rub two brain cells together that I don't have to do retrocoding on a BBC Micro. I would do shoutouts. In fact, I should do shoutouts. If OBS would let me type. Mighty Mystery here, retro game streamer extraordinaire. Game Dev Jeff. Game Dev. It's called Jeff. But perhaps if you're interested in Game Dev Jeff's content, you should check out Pixel Turkey, who is the streamer part of the duo, and they made a game recently, The Zen of Kayaking, and it's a text adventure, and it's pretty cool. Short nap. If you're still here, but I'll be back. Thank you so much for being here, Kay. It's lovely having you around in my stream. Thank you so much for being here. And have a shout out because Kay is also a streamer. Very, very nice, cozy, and sometimes slightly scary because she gets influenced by Sumi to play some games, but mostly cozy games that are really cool. Yes. Brain, how do I? Did I turn the background music off? I turned the background music off. There we go. It's back now. And of course I've got an overlapping chat. That's such a great decision there I made. Never mind. Let's run some of these and see what they do. Let's look at star cat for starters, because cat. So there we go. This is our elite disk. I don't want to write onto the elite disk though. I want a new disk. Like, it'll let us load all sorts of cool games that's in the catalog. Is there any I recognize? Here we go. Here's Citadel. So StarCat. This is the Citadel disk now, and you used to do shift break to run whatever the boot command is on the disk. Oh, 1, 2, 3, or 4. Which control scheme do I want? This one. I don't want to get distracted, but this was a very fun game to play back in the day. Like, you're in this enormous world. It's Metroidvania, basically. This is a Metroidvania before Metroidvania. Because you're going around this enormous castle and other landscapes, and you've got to pick up certain key items and bring them to other areas. It was really hard, and I never finished it. But I want a blank disc. How do I get one of those? I mean, I could just, like, overwrite what's on another disc, presumably. Like, there's no way that they would let us overwrite, like, what's in the actual cloud version of these discs. But I don't know how to, like, clear it all out. Load, motor, opt, run, save. What if I download one? Like, what if I find one on the internet? One moment. There's a way to format stuff. Why don't I look for that? The answer is it's complicated. Disk operating system for the BBC. You can see here it says Acorn DFS, and that's a ROM chip that you plugged in to be able to operate the disk drive. I used to have a Wacom DFS chip on my old Beeb, so maybe the commands are different between each one. Format. Bad command. Star form. 80. Bad command. Bad command. Acorn DFS format. does help tell us then? Star help. DFS, utils. Okay, what about star form 80 0? That command. Maybe I don't have a format command. There's no format on the ADFS. Of detail in all of these posts that I'm finding, and they are all very, very not relevant to us. How would you format a floppy? Seems like a good post. Just bought a BBC Beeb. Controller do you have? What version of the DFS ROM installed? Is it Acorn? Copy of the welcome disk that has the disk-based format and verify commands on there. Okay. So if we load the welcome disk, hello, DFS. Format, util, welcome, there we go. Star catch will tell us what's on it. Form 40, Form 80, those are the ones we want. So how do we run it? I don't think I can just do form 80. Mistake. Is it star exec form 80? No. That's a definite no there. It's kind of telling that the computer had a dedicated break key that would just soft reset the system. You would need it frequently. What about star load? In fact, why don't we do quotes on this? Form 80. I don't know why this is cut off on my screen slightly. Maybe the web view of this is not quite perfect, because that's a little annoying. Bad string. Yeah, well, I couldn't read the damn thing, could I? There we go, that's better. My shenanigans presumably knocked that off the screen there. Let's chat. Hi. Star load form 80. Hello? Oh, we're doing the other keyboard layout, are we? Physical, natural, 8. How is this natural? This is gonna really mess with... Oh, something like caps lock is on, is it? Jeez. I'm just pushing the number keys for reference. Well, we can change the keyboard layout, maybe? The other one, physical? Does that affect things? Does not? Our retrocoding adventure ended before it began. I need some Red Bull. So before I can load this program to format the disk, I need to figure out what the hell is up with my keyboard. Can we scroll this down? Can't. Oh, there we are. Cassette motor, caps lock, shift lock, drive. Okay, so, those lights aren't on, which suggests... I mean, I was typing numbers before, right? I was typing numbers like a pro. Not necessarily in this emulator. Oh, we've got numbers again. Alright. Alright. Start, load. Jesus fucking Christ. Change keyboard layout. Star, load, quote, form, 80, good, good. Run. Mistake. There was a chain command, I remember. Form 80. Bad name. Well, there's a boot command, so let's try booting it. This utility disk contains 4 useful programs. Oh wow, the first 3 are used by typing form 40, form 80, or verify. Dconv is used by typing chain dconv, but without the star. It seems fairly arbitrary what the star is used for, like some built-in programs, or not, like some stuff that's on your ROM. But okay, welcome disk, hooray. Form 80. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. To leave any one program, just press escape. Try it now. Do you want to go on to the next program? No. Break. Right, so we have got the form. Why did that change? Like the form 80, form 40 stuff on the disk was up here before. Star, form 80. Disk formatter. Format rich drive. This one. Do you really want to format drive 0? Yes. Now, which is the copy thing? Or do I even have one? Ah! I just wanted to hit enter but it's taking that as a no. Okay, okay, Neko, come on. Red Bull. You can do this. Used to be a whiz at these computers. Enter copy mode. Copy the command that you wrote above. And then enter. Format drive 0. Do you really want to format drive 0? Yes. This is presumably safe, because we've already loaded the format program into memory. Done. Hello, hello. Welcome in. It is early for me. There is a madman with a leaf blower outside, and we are doing retrocoding. Never seen you on at this hour? Yes, exactly. In an attempt to fix my sleeping schedule, I half committed to saying, yes, I will be up at 9 AM on a Sunday, and I will be doing a stream. And here we are. I have only gotten a few hours of sleep. But the point of this stream is, I know I can have a nice, relaxed, casual hangout with you guys, and it will be fine. And if we derp up, we derp up. Repeat disk, no. So if we catch the disk now, empty disk, excellent. We can start doing our program here. 9 AM, are you only 8 hours ahead of me? It's currently 10 AM, but I started at 9 AM. What time is it? What's your time zone? 2 AM, yeah. So, I guess the offset's 8 hours at the moment. Bots. They help us do things. So, to summarize what I've been up to, emulated BBC Micro. Here's the manual, and here is Write Your Own Fantasy Games for Your Microcomputer, published by, it was born in like 1983, and I want to go through this. I've always wanted to go through this and type in this computer program, and now we're going to do it. That was the plan. I mean, I thought I knew, and I ought to have known. One of my besties has been living there for the past 7 years. Well, you know how it is. It changes. We have DST here in New South Wales. It's dumb and hated. So we could be 9 hours at some times of the year. And I don't know if you have DST also, because that complicates things. 10 hours ahead. Yeah, like, it might be 10 hours ahead during the other half of the year. I don't know. Cool. And then it might even be 11 hours ahead sometimes. Blah. Yeah. This book, found it in the library once, never managed to find it again, wanted to go back and, type in this computer game, because you typed in computer games back in the day, unless you got them on cassette, or if you're very lucky, discs. I actually was very lucky. I did have discs that came with a bunch of games that were secondhand from the original owner of my BBC Micro. Wish I had it today, but I don't. This is fine. We have emulators. So, before I go and do this enormous program, what might be prudent is doing a shorter program and save it to disk just to prove I can. So let's type in our Crystal program again. This time we have to type in line numbers ourselves. So 10, mode 2, 20, repeat, 30, we can gcall 0 and then RND 7 plus, well, hang on, 6. What do I want here? Yeah, I want between 1 and 7, because 0 is black and it wouldn't look very good. 40, we move to 512, 200. 50, we move again. Move 512, 800. The BBC graphics coordinate system, regardless of which mode you have, is something like 1200 by 1000 virtual pixels, but in mode 2 we'll have a lot less. It's like, I don't know what resolution it is, but the pixels are very chunky. It's kind of neat that it does this, because then you can do the same kind of graphics drawing code regardless of which mode you actually choose. You don't have to know that, oh yes, this mode is 320 by 200 pixels or whatever. The other cool thing is those last 2 drawing commands are just kind of remembered, and then our next drawing command, plot, was it 85? It works on the previous 2 coordinates you supplied, and it draws a triangle. RMD 1000, actually 1200 I think works. Well, yeah, we'll try it. RMD, random, and then 70 until false. So there's our little code. First spanking I ever remember getting happened because I accidentally turned off my first stepfather's ZX81 just as he'd finished coding in a game from a magazine. Oh yeah, that must have been infuriating. This is like CNC? Which CNC are you referencing there? Because you just referenced spanking, and could you elaborate which acronym that is? Machine coding, right, like controlling a CNC machine like the router. Cool, yes. Obviously CNC, yes. That CNC. Precisely, yes. So let's run our program and see what it does, if it works. Yay! I swear that this example program was in my manual. Like, the BBC Micro manual is this beautiful ring-bound thing, and aside from like teaching you how to use the computer and how the computer is put together, and how assembly operations work, and how the frickin' circuit diagram is for the various ports and what have you. Like, you would have a reference for BASIC, and then some of these things would come with like a little built-in example program. And I swear that this Crystal program was like an actual example I typed in the book, but I can't find it in this PDF copy. It might have been some like second printing, or there's a whole Acorn graphics extension ROM that you can get, but I didn't have that, so this wouldn't have been from that book. Yeah, it's interesting. But there's my Crystal program. Love it to bits. So how do we save? Let's probably in here. Save. 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 314. Cool. Saving. Save. Save. 314. To save a program that is in the computer's memory onto cassette or disk, the program must be given a name, usually called its file name. The file name can have up to 7 letters and numbers for the disk filing system, or 10 letters and numbers for the cassette filing system and the advanced disk filing system. The name must start with a letter and cannot contain spaces or punctuation marks. Here, so you can see it. Spooder alert. Examples. Save Fred. Save $1. A command which saves the current program area. That is the area between the address given in the variables page and top. Associated keywords. Load. Chain. And here we have the SIGN function. This determines whether a number is positive, 0, or negative. The function returns -1 for a negative number, 0 for 0, and a +1 for a positive number. Right, so that's how we save. Let's just try it so we know that we've got our program saved, and then we'll tackle the big one. Damn it! I didn't realize that break was a hard break. Restore? Well, how the hell do I break out of a program if it's not a hard break then? Break. Oh, okay, so escape is usually used to stop a program which is running, but it can be grabbed. Break will always stop the computer no matter what it's doing. The escape key provides a much less violent way of escaping from a program. I swear there was a restore command. Hey, Poppy. Restore is for data commands. So again, they've given you this little cool sample program. Maybe I'll Google's BBC Basic Restore Last Program. Oh wait, was it just called Last? Last? Mistake. Old. The name is Old. There we go. We've managed to get our program back. Alright. So, can we now save our program to disk? Save Crystal Star Cat Crystal. Cool. I think we're just about ready to try and attempt the main program. So let's have a look. We've got big in this. Zoom in. Like the book starts to talk about like here's how the program works and things like that. And here's the dungeon generator, which is a whole separate program. I wonder if I have to write the dungeon generator program first. Like, maybe we need to read through this real quick. While we listen to this catchy song from Lemmings. Lemmings 2. So this is telling us, like, how the games run. You can be magician, thief, or dwarf. Or barbarian, knight, or scholar. But I want to know where we get started. A good computer fantasy game program must let you make dungeons and characters, and must have exciting action routines too. Each of these uses memory space, and you might not have enough room if you try and put them all in one program. So Dungeon of Doom is divided into 3 shorter programs, called the Dungeon Generator, Character Creator, and Game Module. Each one is kept on a separate cassette, and you use them one at a time. Okay, so we are going to be doing multiple programs here before we can get properly going. And I guess we might need to do the level generator first? This screen shows a partially designed dungeon made using the Dungeon Generator program. This allows you to place objects on the dungeon plan using graphic symbols. You move the cursor into position, then place an object there by pressing a number key. Each symbol occupies a letter-sized space on the screen. The whole dungeon plan is 15 by 15 spaces. This leaves enough room on the screen for the rest of the display, messages and attribute scores, and does not use up too much memory when fed into the game module. Once you've typed the program into your computer, you can save it on a cassette, then save the dungeons you plan on the other side. The character creator lets us do attribute scores and what have you. Goods for sale and gold coins to spend. Game module. The game module is the program you use when you are ready to play the game. It asks you to load a hero and a dungeon from their cassettes, so you must design at least one of each beforehand. There we go. So we actually have to do a lot of prep work before we do the actual game code. You load the hero first, and the computer looks at his experience score, or her experience score. Then when you load a dungeon, it compares the dungeon level number with the hero's experience. It will not allow a character to enter a dungeon level that is too advanced. The game module must contain data to interpret the dungeon and character that are loaded, but does not need to know how they were made, so the data doesn't take up much memory space. The game module sets up your screen as shown below. The graphic symbol that represents your character is placed in the entrance to the dungeon you have loaded. The attributes are displayed on the right of the screen. The rest of the dungeon is in darkness, waiting for the hero to explore. The object of the quest, the lost idol, should be in the last dungeon. All the moves the hero can make are in the game module program. There are routines which allow them to attack, reveal, get, conjure, etc. There are also routines which automatically activate monsters and traps. As the hero moves through the dungeon and the computer activates these routines, it also has to update their attribute scores, which change according to what happens. You can save the game module program on one side of a third cassette. Hopefully our 80-track disc was enough to hold all of these things. You can then save a game in the middle of play on the other side. The attribute scores and the hero's position in the dungeon will be saved, so you can start again where you left off. So this is how the basic game flow goes. And it's telling us, like, yeah, we're checking the keyboard. Computers move, like, do monsters do stuff? New status of the character. Is the hero alive? Good, good. On the last two pages, you saw how the computer works through the game module program. The dungeon generator and character creator programs have a similar structure, although they are shorter, as they have fewer jobs to do. This is what the dungeon generator program looks like. Here's the character creator program. Storing the data. Here, and on the next 9 pages, you'll find explanations of how the 3 parts of the program work. On this page you can find out about initialization. Each part of Dungeon of Doom has its own initialization section, and it is this which contains the data the computer needs to run the program. To put the data into the computer, you have to tell it to put aside space in its memory. The space is called an array, and is like a row of boxes. An array for Dungeon of Doom might look like this. The array below is called $. You say T-string or $. It contains the messages to be used in Dungeon of Doom. It has to have the sign $ after its name because the data is in words. It is called a string array. A numbers-only array can be labeled without the $. These lines from the game module show how to set up this array. So we've got all of our data lines. Yep. Y initialization is at the end. 2D arrays. How the dungeon generator works. We've got some custom sprites. Very nice. So like we know, or we don't really need the details of exactly how this is working because we're not going to be customizing this too much. Just want to get to the listing and just kind of dig into it, really. But it is very nice that it explains how the game works, so you could actually just kind of customize it. Wow, even your da-da-dee was a Simpsons reference, was it? My brain is on autopilot here, Stardrop. I assume just like dug out of the dusty corners of my brain. Where'd that cat go? Cat, where are you? She's off doing important cat things. That was exactly from a Simpsons episode. It's, you know, you grow up with this stuff and it's rooted in your neurons. My best friend, I was out for a walk with him yesterday, and we we tend to communicate in Futurama quotes because it's just like, yeah, um, I forget exactly what we used, but you know, if I when I go out and it's sunny outside, I say that's a little bright because it's Futurama. Um, Although, if I'm being honest, tends just to be the first four seasons of Futurama. I've watched some of the Comedy Central movie length episode things, and I'm aware that they did get a whole bunch of extra episodes after that, but the quality kind of declined, so I haven't kept up with it. Um, Same with The Simpsons, obviously. Like the classic Simpsons is the good stuff. Bargaining. Bargaining is an important part of the program. Here's how this routine works. You type in the amount you offer. This subroutine checks if flag is on or off to tell the computer if the character can buy this item. This prevents you buying more than one of each item, except potions and salves. This calculates the bargain price, which you are not told. BR is a random number between 1 and 3. If offer is equal to or more than bargain price, you can have item. If not, you can't. Your character is saved and similar to the dungeon. The data in this case is not graphic symbols, but numbers. However, to avoid numbers being confused with the ASCII codes already in use by the game module, they are saved as if they were symbols by adding an offset number, AS. I don't know what it's going for there, but okay. That's interesting right there. It's got an input statement, which I don't know you can see. Input $1, comma $S, loads $S. I wonder why it's got the pound sign there. I don't recall ever seeing that before. And yeah, we've got another important thing about these old school typing programs. Star, not on Spectrum. Conversions are given beside listing where necessary. So because all basic dialects are not the same, these old school programming books had to have a whole bunch of exceptions and alternate forms of common structures, where you would have to consult like a little glossary of how to convert this to work on the Commodore 64 or the ZX Spectrum or the BBC Micro or the Tandy. So I'm not sure. I think, yeah, we have to include some exceptions for our BBC here, that we'll get to it. Conjure spell, screen handling. Yeah, here we go. Different computers have different color commands. The Commodore 64 has special color keys. The Spectrum uses paper, background, and ink, foreground, plus a number code. The BBC and Electron use color, followed by a number to indicate which color. Print, Commodore 64, VIC. Print tab, BBC, Electron. And print at, Spectrum, are commands telling the computer to print something at a given location. The lines on the left contain a print command, which indicates 5 lines down from the top of the screen and starting from the left-hand edge. 0 is the first available space to print in. sounds, the conjure routine. Magic is an important part of a fantasy world, and character types can at least use some spells to help them in their quest. Number of spells you don't have. So these are the spells that's implemented in the game. Sanctuary, Power Surge, Metamorphosis. That's interesting. You can change an object at a given area to be a different object at random. I wonder if that can be abused. Teleport. Super Zap. Lovely. Routine is activated by the program itself. The dungeon is dark until the character explores it. Get can pick up objects. Reveal. A character who is carrying a light can reveal a section of the dungeon, if he chooses. An area of 3x3 squares will be lit up at once by activating the room contents routine above for each location. If there's a monster in the area, it will be activated. Every time it is used, the computer subtracts 1 from the number of times the light can be used. Monster dies. Okay, we kill monsters for experience. Save game. Debugging. Common bugs to look out for. Whenever you are programming, there are certain bugs that frequently crop up. Take care, for example, not to confuse 0 with the letter O, or the figure 1 with the letter I. Remember that every letter, number, and space and punctuation mark is important. If you leave any out or add extra ones, the game will be altered and may not even work at all. What happened to the music? Heretic. You know, I was setting this up last night. It was a bit of a hack job to get a bunch of music playing. And I did notice it got stuck once, but I couldn't figure out why. And I guess we are continuing to not understand why. And I'll just refresh that. There we go. Long lines and brackets. Graphics behavior problems. Misloading. Expanding the game. Once you're familiar with Dungeon of Doom, you will probably think of ideas for changing or improving it. Making alterations is a good way of practicing programming. It's a good idea to make small changes first. If you make more complex changes, remember to check every part of the program that is affected. This is especially important in Dungeon of Doom, as there are 3 interrelating parts. Being able to change your own games. Good old days. You can add more monsters, you can change the spells, additional room contents. Here's how you could add a torch symbol. Here's how you can do a secret message, password, attributes. A book of lore. These pages contain all you need to find your way in Dungeon of Doom. Don't worry if there seems to be a lot to learn. You use the 3 parts of the program separately so you can familiarize yourself with them one at a time. Allow yourself some practice games to get used to playing. There's the dungeon generator. You can put down these symbols for the stuff. Treasure, potions, lost idol. Yay. You should design a series of dungeons of increasingly difficulty, with the idol in the last one. Each series should be planned at one sitting, as they are numbered consecutively by the computer, but it will start at 1 again if you turn the computer off. Ooh. 3 to 5 levels should be enough for a good game. Character creator. Lovely movement keys for the character creator. It's A, Z, N, and M. YGY, hello. How are you? Good to see you. It is very early for me, and I don't have much brain today at all. Even compared to my usual Monday sessions, this is running on fumes here. But the point is, I'm doing a stream early so I can say I will do a stream early today and force myself to get up and be awake at daylight time. So we're just going through this book here. Old school programming things. It's fun. I haven't actually started typing this in yet because we're still reading up on like the character creator and how to use it, and there's 3 different programs to type in: the game module and the dungeon builder and the character creator. We need all 3 of them before we actually start playing this thing. Meow. It's been an hour and a half. I might take a quick pee break. Oh hey, the music stopped again. Claims this is Tyrion 2000, but it's not playing anything. Oh. Anywho, welcome in. I will be right back. Here is the BRB screen. I'm back. Fiddling with my beard too much. Word game. I don't know how I'm gonna make it through the entire day, but if I take a nap, it will probably be bad for the whole sleep schedule thing. Maybe I can go out for a walk later and get some sunshine. But I want to at least type in one of these programs, maybe. I can save it to disk, and then we can do another session at some point until we've typed in all 3 programs and can finally play a game. Let's see. Magic spells. Oh, cool. Like if you're using a wizard, your first spell is called Super Zap, and monster is slain instantly by a magic blow. Don't mind if I do. Ooh. I wonder how balanced this program is. Right, so here's the thing with the different versions of BASIC. So we're using BBC Electron, which is this 5-pointed star. And for each of these, there's like the different alternatives. Like for random numbers, BBC uses round x, Spectrum uses int round x plus 1, C64 uses int round 1 times x plus 1. So it looks like they haven't made this to be any one particular dialect by default. It's using the BBC for tab. It's using the Spectrum variant for in keys, but that's fine, we'll just do in keys 0. I don't know what the 0 is for. It's going to use the Spectrum paper and ink commands, but for us we'll use color and color. We have to add 128 to the color to set the background color. And R&D is exactly like the BBC version. Dungeon generator. So this is the whole program listing. Let's have a quick skim through. More program listings should have little goblins pointing at the lines with explanations for what this does. Initialization starts at line 610. Like, can you imagine your GitHub pull requests? It would be so much nicer to review if you had these little guys just hanging out and pointing at the code. Make it happen, GitHub. Or Bitbucket. I actually prefer Bitbucket. It's just that, you know, in the industry, it tends to be GitHub. So these are the alternative lines for the BBC. We've got a bunch of sort of more BBC-specific lines here, VDU and OS and what have you. Man, they could have used a better font for this. They told us, oh, be careful about O and 0 being different symbols, but then that's an O and that's a 0. Come on, guys. And my music player has, like, crashed again, I guess, or, like, gotten stuck. I only tested it a little bit with multiple playlists, so... like, although the starting soon screen worked fine, I don't know what's wrong with this one. Let's just restart the thing. Here is the data for the user-defined graphics. You'll find the same data at the end of the game module listing. Yeah, so these are all the sprites, basically. Conversions. Special notes for Commodore 64. Spectrum, and we saw the BBC changes there. And then there's the character creator. So... only 1120 lines, but since we skip by 10 each time out of convention, only 112 lines to type in. Let's do this. I'll put this on the side of my screen here, which means you won't be able to see the whole listing because we've got, like, the camera and shit. Alternatively, I could put it here and move yonder BBC emulator here, trying to avoid that bug that happened last time where we got there we go. Yeah, you won't really need to see what's covered by the Poppycam, and in fact, let's switch to Poppycam 2 just so you can see out the window there, I guess. I don't have a shortcut key to just switch the Poppycam 2 off, but I suppose we could. She's hiding in, I think, her little space that's away from all this noise. Quite sensible, really. Poppycam, normal. Oops. There we go. We'll bring it back if she shows up. Okay. Maybe I'll zoom out. Like, you won't be able to see as much, but like, if I've got it there, yeah, and then I can make this always on top because I'm using Linux and it's just right here, pow. Here we go. 10. Go sub. Bloody hell, is that supposed to be a 6? Let's scroll down to line 610 and just check that's a... yeah, it looks like the start of a subroutine. This music is quiet. What is this music? Oh, June 2. Nice. Of course, I can't hear much over the bloody leaf blower guy, who's still going. Unless it's some other guy who's got like a chainsaw who's chopping trees down. Entirely possible. 20. Now, paper 3 CLS here means we're actually going color 3 CLS. Wait, no. Paper is the word for the background color, which for us is 128 plus that number. Oh dear, Neko has to do maths. Well, alternatively, we could do that. And now we have to figure out where the colon character is on the BBC Micro keyboard. Okay, it's there. .30. Let BG equals 2. Oh, great, the equals symbol. I thought we were using the physical keyboard layout here. This is going to be difficult, isn't it? Okay, I have to do shift minus for equals. Are we quite certain this is the correct, like, mode for the keyboard? Natural. Try physical again? Equals. Equals? Oh, still minus. But it moves star over here for whatever reason. No, that hasn't changed anything. Fine. It's fine. We'll just adapt. And it'll break my brain, and I won't be able to type normally for the rest of the day. Let F G equals 1. Let T equals 0. Okay, we said 112 lines, but a lot of these lines are doubled up with lots of stuff on them. Imagine making a mistake on one of these. Let L equals 3. Let Tawi, enjoy your luck. Let LW equal to a W minus 3. Go sub 280. The one saving grace is that I don't have to hold shift down for all of these caps stuff. It's just defaulting me to caps. Line 40. Paper to ink 0. So that translates to color 2 plus. Right, where's plus? Control and color 0. Print tab. Great, where are the bracket symbols? 1 semicolon level generator semicolon. Print tab. If we get the level generator done, I'm calling it quits for a stream, and we'll do other streams later on for other parts of this program, because it's pretty epic. Print tab 1, 2. Semicolon. This is level. Semicolon. LE. Semicolon. 70. Print tab 1, 3. press H for help. Let BG, wait, no, line 80. Let BG equal to 3. Let FG equal to 2. Let T equal 5. We're letting a lot of things. Let L equal to 15. Like if chat's following along and you notice a typo, it'd be hilarious if you pointed out, because we've got the stream delay going on and I'm not going to notice until several lines later. Although I don't think you'll notice the typo because I've got to have this pretty small for your screen. L's 15. Let LW equal to 15. Go sub 280. Line 90. Let X equal 1. Let Y equal 1. Line 100. We're getting there. Let, and I think that's I dollar equal inky dollar, and we know we have to do inky dollar 0. Bump this up. Cool track from Heretic. Yeah, for RBBC Basic we have to do that. Then we've got a bunch of input handling routines. Number 10. If I equals H, then go sub 260. If, on the other hand, I is equal to A, and Y is greater than 1, then let Y is Y minus 1. That's moving up. 130 if I is equal to Z and Y is less than 15, then let Y is Y plus, where's plus again? Plus 1. Of course, it's also cold, and I have the window open for maximum ventilation because I don't want to risk, like, okay, my flatmate's over COVID now, but there's still a chance of sort of some remainder. He's still coughing a little bit. The window's open, but it means it's cold, and I'm typing with my cold hands. Brr. $140. If I dollar, suddenly very thankful for one-letter variable names, is equal to N, that's moving left, and X is greater than 1, then let X equal X minus 1. 150. If I $i is equal to m, moving right, and x is less than 15, then let x equal x plus 1. Then we've got some other weird keys which I'm not sure about. I think these are the number keys for dropping monsters and other item types and things. So we've got 160 if $i is greater than slash and $i is less than colon, then go sub to 30. 170. Paper 3, ink 0. So that's color 3 plus 128. Color 0. This thing's gonna have a very bright background color. It's using black as its like font color. Okay, 180. Print tab x y plus 5 sure dollar. Ooh, what is that? Is that an O? Did we define that yet? I mean, I guess there's like an initialization routine later that will initialize it. And I guess this is like the cursor. Let me just scroll to see if there's an exact description of what this line should be. No. No, there is not. Alright, let's assume it's OS. Debugging will be fun. Semicolon. 190. Don't type too quickly. Print tab X what's going on here? Why are we writing to the same location on screen that we did one line previously? Okay, maybe people like do a go to into this particular line. Y plus 5 sure dollar R X comma Y. So this must be the whatever the contents of the room is. But I don't know why that's overwriting whatever that OS was. Maybe it's like flashing on and off. The idea? 200. We're getting there. We're 1/5 of the way through. If $i equals S and IX is greater than 0, then go sub 450, otherwise go to 20. If I dollar is not F. Then go to 100. And then line 220 is stop, but I thought that for the BBC Basic it's end. It's not marked with a particular star that says like we need to have a different command here. I'll just check. Where did I leave that manual? Then stop. Okay, no, it's a legit command. What does it do? Stop is a pretty common word. Stop. There we are. This statement interrupts a program which is running and prints the message stop at line whatever. Otherwise, the effect is identical to end. Huh. So I guess it's like a basic compatibility thing? Because I've only seen end used before. 220. Oh lordy. Is this because I alt-grabbed the screen? Is that what caused this kerfuffle here? Because now it's like permanently shifted. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so for reference, the super key, or your Windows key if you've got one, is doing some sort of crazy shift lock for the BBC emulator. Because you really definitely want that on all the time. Alright, so 220 is stop. Oh, and now we're not shifted. Okay, okay. Stop. There we go. And now we're doing that. Cool, cool. So there's something else that will... Yeah, the circus music is appropriate at this point. So now I have to hold down shift, is it? I don't want to have to hold down shift. I want numbers to be not shifted. Wait, I do have a caps lock alternative somewhere here. Welcome in, Saikongru. What is it? Basic. It is indeed basic. It is BBC Basic for the BBC microcomputer that we are entering in from one of the Usborne magazines, and I'm sorry there's this leaf blower in the background that has been driving me insane. How many leaves can there possibly be? But welcome in. I hope the organization has not tracked you coming here. Let's see, we're on page 34. So this is what we're reading from. It's write your own fantasy games for your microcomputer. With Dungeon of Doom listing for C64, VIC-20, Electron, Spectrum, and BBC. It's really cool. It's something I wanted to do when I first encountered this book in the library many, many decades ago. And it's a type-in program listing for your microcomputer, but it goes into detail about like how the program is created, and you can modify it if you want, and like almost teaching you programming. Like, you're kind of assumed to have some understanding of it, but even if you don't, you can just kind of type in verbatim the code that they give you and maybe have a working game out of it. Oh man, that leaf blower is even coming through my noise gate now. Fuck you! Anyway, I'm doing the stream in the early morning for my time because I need to try and fix my sleeping schedule. And doing a weird little chill stream where I type BBC Basic code into an emulator seemed like the thing to do. We are doing the dungeon generator here. And have that here. There. And I'm just wrestling with the caps lock situation. This'll do. I hate having caps lock on, but the emulator wants it, so we'll do that. Where are we up to? Line 230. Let I equals val of I dollar. Ah, 230. Is that right? Yeah. Line 240. We're about maybe 1/5 of the way through the code listing for this dungeon generator. And then I will call it a stream and disengage my brain because, oh my goodness. But you know, gotta stay awake somehow. Gotta force myself to do things early. Um, 240. Right, so if I equals 9, then let I equal 8 plus RND 3, and my music is broken again. It's something to do with the way I set up my playlist. Let me refresh. There we go, SimCity music. Where are we up to? Line 250. If I equals 5, then let I equal, no, sorry, let IX equal X. Honestly, this is hard mode, typing all of this in and keeping track of which line I'm on while I'm so tired. Let IY equal Y. 260. Let room X comma Y equal. Now is that an O? I think that's a 0. Got to make an important distinction between O's and zeros, but the font they used does not help very much. I think that's a C0, and I think that's a legal variable name, but I guess we'll find out later when it comes time to trying to run this thing. C0 plus I. 270. Return. Return. return 280. Print a tab. That's a 0. T. Paper foreground, which is for us color 290. Color foreground. I think that's the right code. Yeah. 300. Wait, no, I was wrong. When it says paper, we're supposed to use color plus 128. So we need to edit this line. How the hell do we edit this line? Well, I will show you, dear viewer. If we push the up arrow key, we go into this copy mode, and the BBC microcomputer had a dedicated key labeled copy, which for me is on end, I think. And as I hit it, it will copy whatever character is under my cursor here, as if I had just typed it. So we are retyping line 290 here. Color FG plus 128. Copy, 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 copy. And doing that would let you save a little bit of typing. And the line numbers let you just revise the particular line that you were doing. Oh boy. Right, 300. Color BG plus 128. Color FG for I. 310. The funny thing is, I've got a vague understanding of what some of this code is doing, but not why. Like, and I'm not sure if it's like a bug that I find it weird, and I just, you will find out later. Nope, nope, plus. And the music has crashed again. I mean, I'll have to figure out why that does that later. 350 return. Boop, 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 boop. A blaster. Not doing anything. I think it's something to do with the way I've tried to add multiple playlists. Possibly if we selected just one playlist, it would work okay. Hadn't really tested it with multiple before. No matter. Old School J, welcome on in. How are you doing, friend? We are doing BBC Basic, yes. Let me show you this. It is the coolest. Write your own fantasy games for your microcomputer. With Dungeon of Doom listing for C64, VIC-20, Electron, Spectrum, and BBC. Doing good here? That's good. You want that book? You can get it. Usborne made all of these available as PDFs. Like I can't. They still own the rights. I can't distribute it or what have you. But let me look for the link. I should have set this up as a command or something, but it is early and I have no brain cells. Stuffed. But I can dig up the link now. I think this is what we're doing. Looking at. Let me know if that link still works, because I just grabbed it out of my history. But yeah, these books, the best. Always wanted to find this book again and type in this program. And a few years ago, they released those books. Probably a decade now, honestly. Time is passing very weirdly. But yeah, like, I can finally get around to this and type in these 3 computer programs, which I could then save on 3 cassettes if I wanted to, for the dungeon generator, the character generator, and the game, and get to playing this amazing RPG for 8-bit microcomputers. Works for you? That's pretty cool to put them out there. Yeah, nice. It's like they don't teach programming like this anymore, you know? You don't have little goblins telling you the computer numbers your dungeons so you can save them one after the other, with easier ones first and more difficult ones later. The object of the quest, the lost idol, should be in the last dungeon. I was saying earlier, Jay, like, we're going through the program listing itself here. Here's how to play the game. Here's the different variants of BASIC that you've got to deal with. But here's the actual program listing. And you've got goblins going, oh, there are lots of print and color commands at the start of this listing, so use the general conversion charts opposite with great care. Or, initialization starts at line 610. Imagine if our GitHub pull requests were like this, and you had helpful little goblins pointing out, here's where I used React's use state hook, and things like that. It would be so much nicer. GobHub, yes, let's make it happen. Bag of potatoes, welcome on in. I used to go to the kids section of the library to find these back in the day. Didn't type many into my 64, but learned a bit from them. Wait, that sounds really wrong. Yeah, it could be a different kind of hub there, Old School J. But yeah, Bag of Potatoes. I found this book in a library that we were visiting. Like, my mum must have taken us to a library or something like that. And I picked it up, leafed through it, thought it was really cool, put it down, could not find it again, and always really wished I could, like, find that old book I vaguely remember with that game in it for the BBC. Until many years later when they made these PDFs freely available. And now I finally get to swing around and go back on that and get this typed into an emulated BBC. Let's put that here. We're up to line 360 of 1120, skipping by 10 each time as is convention. So it's not as many as you might think. Noble Pursuit, yeah. And I'm doing this early in the morning my time when my sleep schedule's been wrecked. And I realized pretty much like the only thing I can commit to that I will actually try and put effort into doing is my streaming. So normally I stream Mondays at 7 PM my time, Australia, Sydney. But if I say, okay guys, I'm gonna do a stream at 9 AM, that's at least something I'm gonna try and drag myself out of bed to and do, even if I don't have enough brain power to make it exciting. We can just hang out here, listen to some old school tunes, do the basic typing thing, look at cool old Osborne programming books, you know, just stuff. You guys are all real chill and stuff, so I know that, like, it's not going to be a problem if I'm not that awake. Ah yes, I'm in Irish time and about to give up on sleep. Need to take the kids to something at 7 AM. Oh, that sucks, bag of potatoes. I'm so sorry. I was in bed at 11:30, but I know I didn't get to sleep until way after 3 AM. Somewhere around there. I didn't get enough sleep. Hanging out and making cool things is a good time. It is, Old School Day. It is. And like, obviously, if I were working a 9 to 5, then that would be enforcing my sleep schedule to be in line with the daylight. But that wouldn't be a fun time, because then, you know, you're awake at fuck off o'clock in the morning, and you're mentally working out, like, well, okay, if I fall asleep right now, then I will get exactly 3 hours of sleep before I have to go to work tomorrow. That is not a fun time. That is stress, and that doesn't help you sleep, surprisingly. So if I do this and try and fix my sleep before I look for my next job, that seems like the optimal approach to do things. And I do have a cat, but she's busy hiding from this leaf blower. Who can blame her? So she's in a cupboard somewhere that I can't easily get a camera on. So yeah, it's just me at the moment. I worked 2 PM to 3:30 AM Saturday yesterday after filming between 2 to 8 AM the other days of the week. Advanced mental functions are not happening today. Welcome to the club, Old School J. How are you doing? Let's give you a shout out, because... Oh wow, yeah, I've got caps lock on. Because I've still got caps lock on. People might not be aware, but Old School J is a streamer, and a streamer of the retro variety, and is very cool, and has many, many awesome CRTs and fun things like that. Yeah, constantly calculating min possible sleep. Been unemployed for nearly 2 years. On the school run has sort of tethered me barely to the time regime of the normies. Yeah, the normies. But like, you have to try and force yourself to bring you... Like, if I were left up to my own devices and I didn't worry about income, then yes, I probably would become a weird vampire night owl kind of person who only emerges briefly to do like shopping and things. But sunlight and daylight is important for you to have, like, on your skin, and interacting socially with humans, even if it's just like going down to the local coffee shop and talking to the barista, is actually important, even for a massive introvert such as myself. Like, it's, you gotta try and do it, otherwise bad things start happening to your mental health. Color. So this line says paper 1, but this is actually changing the background color. So for us, that's 128. Oh, fuck me. It's doing that thing it does again. I need caps lock on, don't I? Wait, why do I need caps lock on? Like, whenever I lose focus of this window, it tends to do weird things. And I'm too tired to debug why that's happening exactly, but the BBC Micro had both a caps lock key and a shift lock key. And a numlock key, I think. So with that combination of it, you could have, like, your regular number keys typing the shifted symbols, because that was deemed useful for some reason. Personally, I hate caps lock with a passion anyway, and I have it remapped on my keyboard, but I still have a sneaky way to activate it and deactivate it if I really need to for some reasons such as this. So this will change the background color to 1, and then ink 3, that is color 3 with a U, because this is a British computer. Where are we up to? 370. For loop. Caps lock remap to control? No, I have... My caps lock is... I forget what actual key it runs. I think it runs XF86 search. And I have that remapped to making my windows go all over the place. But I can use function and caps lock to get the original caps lock key behavior back. All computers like this were really weird with caps lowercase. C64 treats them as entirely different character sets. Yeah, and like, one thing I've immediately run into with this basic programming here is all the keywords have to be uppercase. You can't just write this code lowercase. It has to be uppercase. And some old computers just didn't have a lowercase, because memory constraints. Yeah, there's a key combo to toggle it. Very 1980s visual effect, yeah. But you can't quite see... Okay, I'm going to hold down super again, and it's going to get a wrong idea. But down at the bottom here of the emulator, you've got lights indicating cassette motor, caps lock, shift lock, drive 0 or 2, drive 1 or 3, Econet, and how many megahertz we're running at. So where did I put that? There. Yeah. So are we still typing numbers? We're not. Are we typing numbers now? Yes. Welcome in, Rainy Janie. Hi! Is that BASIC? It sure is. This is BBC Basic on an emulated BBC Micro Model B. And to my right, I have this source code listing which I've been typing in. It is from this Usborne book. I really should have set up a command to, like, summarize what's going on here. I haven't seen that for 40 years. Same. Write your own fantasy games for your microcomputer. With Dungeon of Doom listing for C64, VIC-20, Electron, Spectrum, and BBC. These were so cool. These were the shit. Got your own little role-playing game, basic program you can type in, and it tells you how to play it, but it also tells you, like, how the program works and how to modify it, so you can kind of learn. You don't see shit like this anymore. Where are we? Line 370. Yes, I was wrestling with a combination of shift and numlock. What if we turn that on? 3... Nope, that's lowercase now. Can I then turn off caps lock? 3... Hey! Alright, we've got My actual Linux system thinks caps lock is off, and the emulated BBC Micro thinks we've got the right combination of shift lock to type capital letters and numbers. Awesome. That's brilliant. I never could write code. I mean, I killed it at Logic, but I could not track code for the love of money. I was lucky enough to get a BBC Micro bought fairly early on by my parents, and it came with a disk drive, fancy, and someone's old secondhand discs full of games and other things, and it came with the manual, which was this massive ring-bound thing. And, you know, I could go through the manual and it would actually teach you how to write BASIC. It was so good and has turned me into the programmer I am today. Yeah, I love those Tome of Knowledge computer books from back then, yeah. And, like, the illustrations are so good. Back in the day it seemed longer, and reading hundreds of pages at a leisurely pace was a completely normal thing to do. Totally. I mean, it's already 11:30 for me today, and we've done a fair bit. But when I was a kid, I would just, like, absorb this shit. You could immerse yourself in this, and an hour later have amazing stuff done. Started on cassettes and discs the size of LPs, yeah, the 8-inch ones. I never used those. I used the 5 1/4 inch floppies. And I didn't actually have the experience of loading programs from tape, except when I went to a friend's house and he had a Spectrum and he loaded stuff from tape, except it was a tape that previously had the Beatles' Yellow Submarine on it, so you'd actually hear a bit of that before the program started loading. Fun. Line 370. 4. H, and apologies for the background leaf blower sound. This fucker has been blowing leaves or sawing branches, I don't know, but it's probably the leaf blower guy. For maths, since 9 AM today. 2.5 hours. There cannot be that many leaves. Certainly not now. He's just doing it because he saw my go live tweet. Which line was I on? H equals 1 to 10. 380. So good to have you in here, Rainy Janie. By the by, Rainy Janie is our newest member of Shedford Hollow. She joined us recently, but she's been a community member for a long time. Does a lot of Sims builds, that sort of thing, cozy gaming. Very lovely, very sweet. But also knows her stuff when it comes to retro, because, yeah. 380. So here we have a line that changes depending on what kind of computer you're typing into. Print tab. But thankfully this variant is the same as the BBC variant, so we just type it in as is. H, string of H. H and H dollar being two separate variables here, of course. Go sub 430. Old school gamer girl, yeah. I never had a floppy drive for my C64. Always felt like future technology. Yeah, luxury. Only in the last few years I discovered they weren't much faster than tapes. Yeah, I was spoiled by the fact that I had discs available to me. Although I do remember being very confused when I first wanted to go and buy blank discs, because you had blank discs that were IBM formatted and blank discs that were whatever formatted, and how do you use these, and are these the right number of tracks, and the right protect tab and things. But yeah, oops, I've made a typo and I can see the typo. That's a lucky thing. I didn't have to type in many games myself, but here we go. I've written co-sub. That is not a word. It says color on the left, sorry, color. Yes, that's correct, because this is a proper British computer. And color is spelt with a U. But here, cosub, that was supposed to be gosub. So we will use the copy system, which is activated by pressing the arrow keys. And I can move the arrow keys over my screen here. And by hitting the copy key, which is on my keyboard the end key, I can just retype what was written here and make the correct change, and then finish entering the line. So that's fixed that one. US by birth, not my fault. It's understandable. It's just that this is the way that color is supposed to be spelled. Yes. Pointless patriotism over minor details. Love to do it. The floppies were slow, but it was so much more reliable than tapes. I was shocked how scarcely the few tapes I had loaded. Yeah. It sounded like an ordeal. I had a formatter on the Atari ST that made a delightful head-banging noise if the disc had write protect on. But moving to the ST with 3.5-inch floppies was amazing. Yeah, this emulator is nice because it also does the clunky chunk 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 disc loading sounds. And it's got this fake cub monitor, which was the de facto monitor of the day. If you wanted a BBC Micro, you had them in schools. Yeah. I had International Karate on tape for the C64, and it only loaded 50% of the time, then less and less often. 100% gave you OCD. Wow. Yeah, because there was like the sort of harrowing feature of like you had to load the tape to the correct position, start playing, and then enter the correct command to start reading from the tape, or vice versa. Your timing had to be perfect. So, line 390. Print tab 1.4. The keyboard is slightly off here, and I'm just having to adapt. I'm going to be learning to touch type for the BBC layout, and I'm pushing Shift 8 to type in a left parentheses instead of Shift 9. And it's going to mess me up for the rest of the day. Okay, so we type left string B string W-2 semicolon. Line 400, we're getting there. Next H. If the tape didn't stop loading at 046, it would never load. Oh yeah, like if you got a proper tape drive, it came with a little counter, didn't it? So you could kind of position things at the right point. The worst tape loading experience I've seen was Echelon on C64, flight sim where you can fly from quadrant to quadrant. Makes you spend an hour before you play for the first time calibrating all the tape counter positions of the quadrants you can fly to and writing them down in the manual. Wow. What's this? It sounds like Marble Madness. Because there's no random access file system on the tape, you had to manually fast forward or rewind to the right counter position as you fly around the map. Wow. This is your captain speaking. We interrupt this flight to load the tape at the correct position. We may encounter some turbulence. Now, ink 3 is what's specified in the listing here, but we have to instead say color 3. Line 420, blaze it, return. Line 430, oh, my music system has crashed again. You're basically doing the work of the disk controller while you're playing, yeah. Let G-string. Let G-string. I'm very tired. Give me this, okay? Key string. If G-string equals the empty string, then go to 430. Alright, we're looping until we get a key press from the user. Oh, and yeah, we've made a mistake. When we write in key string, we have to write in key string 0 for the BBC version. So let's go ahead and fix that right now. Let G string, ultimate 1980s nerdy t-shirt logo, yeah. 440. Return. Ugh, can't type. One moment, please. Please. Semicolon. Let S. Oh no, line numbers, Necker. Line numbers. 460. Let S string equal to empty string. For no, come on. 470. For J equals 1 to 15. Oh, we're drawing the game world here now. It's a 15 by 15 area. For K equals 1 to 15. 490. Let S string is S string plus chrs R K comma J. No, R K comma J. Close paren, close paren. Done another page. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna fill up my cup of Dare coffee flavored milk. I'll be right back. I'm not even gonna bother going to the BRB screen. Just enjoy the SimCity. So I'm cold, and it's nice and sunny outside, and I should definitely go for a walk once a... Excuse me? Buzzer. It's Sunday. We're not going to get any posters. Not expecting anyone. It's a wrong number. Someone asking for someone I don't know. But but I have lived at this address for quite some time. It's roasting here, and I had the oven on. Oh man. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to next summer. I wrote that algebraically, aka backwards. Little guy is moon and explosion and gun. Sorry, Rainy. I legit do not have any brain power today. I'm too tired. I did not get enough sleep. But the whole point of this stream is, like, I'm trying to get my sleep schedule fixed and be awake during the daylight hours. And later I want to go get sunlight, like I said. It's quite warm out there in the sun. But here in my unit, it is really cold. And I've got the window open because I need the ventilation. Like an old school innocent misdialed wrong number. I haven't had one of those in ages. Oh, no, not even a phone call, wrote Old School J, because I don't have a landline. That was someone buzzing the intercom for my block of units. Like they were buzzing Unit 9. Oh no, I've doxed which unit I'm in. And assuming that someone else lives here. IRL wrong number. And I don't want to jinx it, but can you hear that? I think, touch wood, the leaf blower guy has buggered off. Oh, there's a Poppycat. Hello. Just going to look out the window, because also I guess she's quite happy that the leaf blower guy has buggered off. Let's put that camera on. There we go, we have a cat cam again. Hey, hello Poppy. People love to see you. They're not here for me, they're here to see cats. Cats. So that was line 490. Now we're at 500. Next, okay. So this is building an S string of all of the characters from that array, but we're not doing anything with it. It's weird. 510, next J. 520. Let S dollar. Oh, this is the saving routine. We're building a string that we save to disk with all of the room contents in it. S is S plus Shurs. Ooh, what is this? IX plus OS. Don't know what those represent. Let S dollar is S a dollar plus Shurs IY. Oh, this is the player coordinates, isn't it? Plus OS. I guess OS might stand for offset. And we're building a character that's like representing the X and Y coordinates. Ifrimi, welcome on in. Good to see you too. I'm tired. More tired than my usual Monday slot. but I have to fix my sleep schedule, and this is how I'm doing it. You have to eat your vegetables. Daddy, tell them. You have to eat your vegetables. I don't know all the lyrics. No. Plus offset. Nah. I'm gonna double check I'm typing this correctly because I'm starting to get tired enough that I'm distracted by Commander Keen music. I hope you ate your vegetables. Potatoes are vegetables. I had a bunch of roast potato last night with some peas and corn and cheese on top. Very nice. The weird thing was that last night, like, I finished this enormous, massive, carb-loaded meal of potatoes. There was the most delicious smell wafting through the apartment, like maybe the neighbors were cooking or something. Like it was a lasagna sort of smell, like the bechamel sauce kind of thing. I don't know what it was exactly, but it made me crave spaghetti. And I was full. Bechamel, right. I've never tried to pronounce that. Thanks for fixing me on that. So, yeah, I wanted spaghetti with sauce and stuff. And I was like, but Neko, you have just finished a big meal of potatoes. Why do you want more carbs? This makes no sense. I don't know, it's just weird craving. What line are we up to? 5:30. Because pasta. Yeah, I mean, I do love pasta. 5:40. Print tab. 1:4. No, 1,4. Thank you. Any key to save. Semicolon, colon, go sub 4:30. Here to see cats. Thank you for the clip, Stardrop. Having mostly been on keto for some months, I definitely miss a good pasta dish. As Italian, I endorse the love of my food of my people. Yeah. I like the way you both turned your heads back simultaneously. Oh, is there a noise? Hang on. Did the Poppycam crash? Because Poppy has moved on, and yet Poppy is still there on the screen. Poppy's wandered off. No, when you'd finished talking to each other in the clip, I mean. Right, yeah. Thanks for the clip. Let me fix the Poppycam. Go. Nope, shit's fucked. Don't know why. Maybe it's cold, maybe it's too early for the camera as well. But I'll leave that there. The nice thing about cats is, you know, you can have a camera trained on them while they're sleeping, and they'll be completely motionless for the whole time, and you may as well put up a static image. It doesn't have to be a live video feed. So that was line 540. 550 has a bunch of changes. It says let s equals open out level, but no, those changes are for like C64 and Spectrum and stuff. So this might be legal basic code for BBC. We can type it in and try. We won't know that it's a problem until we try and run our program, but them's the breaks. Open out. Level. Ooh, and yeah, I can already see that they've designed this program to work with cassettes. Like, they haven't designed it to work with a disk system, because you're just gonna spam a bunch of level data onto your cassette in order, but it's not saving it with like a particular name. So maybe if we're using this on disk, we'll only be able to save one level at a time. Maybe we can modify it so we can save multiple levels with a name, but you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Have you saved the program recently? Good point, I haven't. I mean, just in case the emulator crashes or something, that would be good to do. Of course, like, saving only saves to a virtual emulated disk anyway, so I would then need to download the disk data. Let's give it a go. So we would need to save, I think. Dungeon. We do star cat. No, star. Oh, now what? When did my keyboard layout change? Star cat. This is fine. Crystal? Dungeon! Okay, we've saved it to that disk. Oh, it's emulating in the browser. Nice. Yes. The URL we're using here is this one. I chose this particular emulator because it does the nice clicky drive sounds and it lets you save and load to the virtual disks. There's a 3D emulator you can use if you've got VR goggles, which would be very amazing, but it only has like some preloaded games available, and if I'm doing all this typing in, I want to be able to save it. There's yet another emulator which integrates with Owlet and the BBC Microbot on Mastodon, where you can toot code at it and it will run the code and respond back to you with a GIF of the code running. Fuck off! It is basic programming, Moody. One moment, please. Those fuckers with their mufflers removed. I wish bad things upon them. Especially so when I lack sleep. Oh, if I had my way. That wasn't a motorbike, that was a car, bag of potatoes. I mean, the way they've got their cars, right? This street is only limited to like 50 or 40 Ks for part of it. I thought that was part of the music. No. So they're actually going slowly. They're going at like golf cart speeds, but they like to feel like a big man. So they've got like the muffler removed and shit like that. So it's going bang, 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 bang. But it's so stupid looking to see them going a relative crawl. They think they're in a Ferrari, but they're not. I would have bollards that are mechanized and can pop up out of the road when I push a button to just completely derail them. That's what I would do. Anyway, so we did save. And disk download drive 0 image as SSD. Welcome SSD. Okay, that's... We kind of overwrote the welcome disk, so that's fine. Ah yes, I was overtaken on my bicycle once by someone in one of those shitboxes. He had a dump valve and everything for the turbo. Is that what those things are called that go like... Choo! Because they're equally ridiculous. Like, ooh, I'm gonna use my nitro speed now. And yeah. When I had my brain tumor, sorry if this is gonna get a bit personal here, but I'm not gonna go into details, but when I had my tumor, one of the main things I noticed in hindsight that it was doing to me was not the fact that my vision was impaired or my cortisol levels were being like going through the floor, but I was incredibly sensitive to noise. Like I'd lost that ability to filter out background noise, and everything was coming at me in full clarity. I could not filter it out. It was the worst. Like a bus would go past with its air brakes, and it would just overwrite my consciousness for a couple of moments. Yeah, the first thing was literally doing about 40 Ks. Alright, so I'm happy we've saved our progress so far. We're about halfway through. Let's get this thing done and see if it will run. Now we have to use print with a hash mark here, I think. Hash S dollar. And then close. No. Mecca. Use your line numbers. Close hash S. 580. Print. Tab. 1 4 left string B string comma W. Let LE plus 1. Level number, that must be it. Go sub 700. So I reckon if we were to adapt this to the disk system, we might be adding the level number to the file name we're saving. Let's not rock the boat just yet. Let's finish the program as written. 600. Return. 610. Dim R. Now we're defining what R is. 1515. So weird to be using variables before we've even defined them. Is that a comma? I think so. H dollar 10. 10. Now we've got some data statements. We've got some lines of text here that are like online help. 1, wall. 2, actually, vase. That is fine. Wrote some basic programs in my early days. Yes, I started, like I cut my teeth on this BBC Basic, and then later on I did QBasic on DOS. And I actually am in the progress of writing a QBasic game, which I'm going to submit to this DOS game jam on itch.io. Oh lord, it started doing it again. What did I do? I didn't type outside the window. I want numbers. How do I get my numbers back? Turn caps lock on. Alright, that'll have to do. 640 data. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be 2 spaces or 1, so I'm just going to say 4. Seven is a trap. 8 is a safe place. Oh lordy, now it's doing... This is my comma key. Now it's acting like I'm shifting my commas. All I did was tab out of the window and come back in. There we go, that's fixed it at least. I've heard BBC Basic had some nice commands for graphics or sound. I started with C64 Basic, which was pretty bad. Poke all the things. GFA Basic on the ST was better. I'm not sure how I would rate the BBC. The thing is, right, the BBC, it could do 16 colors, but only the first 8 of those colors were like regular colors that were bright, you know, red, green, blue, yellow, what have you, magenta. The upper 8 colors were always a flashing color, and I think it kind of inherited that because it had a teletext mode, and it wanted compatibility with teletext, so some of these colors were special flashing colors, and it would just be like, you know, flashes between red and cyan, or what have you. Which is all well and good if you wanted ultimate compatibility with teletext, but it wasn't really good from like an artistic perspective. Your C64 had a lot more colors that were like more muted shades, and I think that's one reason it took off in popularity with like the games and things. Sound-wise, I mean, it's still your typical 8-bit computer. You've got your beeps and boops. But it did have some nice envelope commands in BASIC, I recall, that would let you define how that, like, you know, attack phase, sustain phase, what have you, would be defined. You didn't have to poke random memory addresses. Yeah, the very earthy tones on the C64 stand out in my memory. It was a smart choice. I mean, you look at DOS EGA mode, right? And they hardwired EGA color 6 to be a brown instead of a dark yellow. Because, you know, you kind of wanted a brown color, but you wouldn't normally get them if you were just doing maximum red, maximum yellow, etc., and then slightly darker red, slightly darker yellow, what have you. Like, ideally, for, like, if you're doing it for artistic purposes, you would want 8 or 16 colors, but you can choose a various amount of shades for them, and then you could really do some amazing art. Oh, where are we? 7 trap. 8 safe. Oh, it's doing lowercase again now. Safe. Base. Comma. Okay. 650 data. I'm just going to have to avoid tabbing out or hitting my super key anyway. Guard. Do you suppose guard is a monster? 0 to erase. S to save. Did a lot of basic programming on my C64. Nice movie. Do you still have any of that saved? I didn't save any of my BBC Basic stuff, but I did manage to bring along with me a floppy disk full of my old QBasic programs, so I still have those to this day. Let L equal 1. 670 for I equals 1 to 10. Neko, type properly. 680. Read. Like, the emulator has a little bit of lag when I'm doing my keyboard input, so it's sometimes dropping keys. $I 690. Next I go sub 810. Fortunately not. Yeah, it's a pity. Like, some stuff I would love to have, but it's sort of lost to time now. I can still type in that crystal program from memory, it seems, which is good. And yeah, there's always the opportunity to make new retrocoding things, like we're doing today, or like I'm doing with my QBasic game that I keep hinting at and teasing at, but I will eventually get to a releasable state. Yeah, is good. Sorry, not very good at the conversation today because brain power. 700 for J equals 1 to 15. We're drawing the screen here, I think. 710 for K equals 1 to 15. 720. Let R... No, we're clearing the screen. J, comma, K, JK equals, equals, and I think we decided this was C0. 730, next, K, 740, next, J. Let ix is 0. Gee, where's the colon symbol? There it is. Let iy is also 0. We're almost done. This seems impossible, but yeah, okay. 760. Like, how can this short program of like 2.5 pages long be a level editor for this dungeon game? Let bees nuts. That would work better if the variable was D, but you've got to work with what I've got here. Equal empty string for I is 1 to W. Let bees is bees plus a single space character. Next, I. 770, return. No procedures here, because I guess they've written it for the lowest common denominator, and they're using GoSub. So we don't know what these functions are all doing. Like, we don't even know when we start a function. We just know that when we're returning from one. But the BBC had a very nice def proc syntax where you could define a procedure by name. Unfortunately, we're not using it here because, yeah, we've got to make it compatible with 4 different microprocessor architecture types with basic variants. Right, okay. Then for some reason, we don't do 780, but we do 790. Rem set up the char start. And we have a whole bunch of symbols next to this thing. So here's the BBC version. Add lines 820 to 840 are shown in the coordinates of your computer. So there's a whole bunch of different things here and here. And if you've got a C64, it looks like this. And Vic, yep. And there's the Spectrum version. So this must be very complicated and specific to what you're doing. So 790 for us offset is 224. C0 is offset plus 6. W is 20. 795, they've sneakily inserted a line here between 790 and 800. Mode 5, setting up the screen. VDU 23 0 H202 semicolon 000 800 return 810. We may as well put this rem in here. Rem, read the characters. 820. VDU, nearly done. 23. We can then find out all the terrible bugs we've got in this thing. 224. Ah, so this is setting up the custom sprites, basically. Cool. For I equals 0 to 7. Read, and now I can't see what I'm typing. Let's make this no longer always on top. Read A, VDU A. Next I. Line 830. Remembering lots of basic programming. Yeah, it was fun. Like, basic gives you a really good intro to programming because it's got a lot of stuff sort of ready for you. Like, drawing a line is 1 or 2 lines of basic. Drawing a line in modern programming languages means you have to sort of initialize a window first, and then are you using OpenGL? Are you using Vulkan? Like, it could be a lot of code before you actually get anywhere. Whereas this, very like immediate, and you can even just, instead of typing in programs line by line, you can just type stuff in and have it immediately affect the computer to get a feel for what it's doing. I really started to like it after finding GFA Basic. No line numbers, nice concise syntax, good interactive editor, and immediate REPL mode. Yeah, I really liked that about, well, I continue to like that about QBasic. It's got no line numbers. The editor lets you view the subroutines separately, even though they're combined into the one source file. And it's got that immediate mode editor to let you just kind of poke around and debug and see what things do. That was before, you know, the term REPL was widely used, run eval print loop. QBasics felt very familiar when I moved to BC. We used to load Gorillas Bass and mess with it at school. Yeah, I used to mess with Gorillas as well. Make the explosions super large, make the banana speed insane, that sort of thing. I actually have a redeem. It's disabled at the moment because I'm very, very tired, and I don't want any of my fancy redeems on at the moment because then I would have to do them. Oh, this music's from Dune 2. It is. Faithful Warriors. So, yeah, I have a redeem on my channel normally called Gorillas, and I have a version of gorillas.bass that I have hacked such that instead of reading from the keyboard, it reads from the serial port. And I have part of my bot feed the program the banana angle and velocity numbers from chat. So it lets chat play gorillas.bass against me or against each other. But like I said, I can't do it today. I have to change the setup. Yeah, I would love to show it to you right now, but please be kind to Neko. He has no brain power left. I just want to go to sleep. Maybe another time. Yeah. 8:30. 8:30. For I equals 0 to 11, alright? We're nearly done with this, and then I can just collapse in a heap. VDU 23, 230 plus I. This is a weird way to write the code, but I guess they were trying to save line numbers here. 840. Hello, Poppy. Moody, unfortunately, the Poppycam is frozen. I don't know what's happened with it. I cannot debug it right now. I tried restarting DroidCam X, but it did not do anything. So Poppy is around, but what you're seeing is the after image of Poppy as she walked off camera somewhere. Really hope I don't get auto-muted on the YouTube VOD for these Jackrabbit Christmas songs. I have been auto-muted before for fucking Christmas songs. Like, they don't care if it's from a DOS game or whatever. They'll be just like, no, that's Silent Night, sorry. Right, we're on to the data statements now that make up the custom sprites, and then we're done. And it will definitely work the first time. Totally, That's why all my music is now on the non-VOD channel. Yeah, I don't want to necessarily move all of my music to the non-VOD channel, because the music is actually relevant here, like it's providing some intermission while I'm not talking and just staring at the code. So I'm trying to stick with retro game stuff. Wait, why? A lot of Christmas songs aren't even covered by copyright. Well... once upon a time, Stardrop, I was doing a Christmas stream, and as part of my Starting Soon music, I had used some of the Ragnarok Online background music. Specifically, the Ragnarok Online background music from the Looty zone, the Christmas-themed area. So it was a lot of their own compositions of, like, their own renditions of Christmassy songs. I forget which one was the trigger exactly, but the first YouTube issue that they had with me was that, content ID, this is being used by someone else. And I'm like, what? Is it Gravity? Gravity being the company behind the game? Nope. It was some asshole who took Ragnarok Online's White Christmas, I think it was, and he sung his own little I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas over the top of it, and then Content ID claimed the whole thing as his own, so that was now like, oh, that definitely belongs to him. And I kind of dismissed that one pop-up, but then it was like, oh, but also we've detected that the the note arrangement is also copyright, and you can't claim, it's just bullshit. It's just YouTube Music Content ID, DMCA, MPAA, RIAA bullshit. Best to just try and avoid it and use music from old DOS games. But even then, like, it can be problematic. Okay, how many 255s do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 8 of them. Okay. 6, 8. It makes sense that there's 8 entries per line here, because that's how many numbers you need to form a complete character in the BBC system, where each number here is one line of 8 pixels at the top of the sprite. And if we mess this up, it's not the end of the world, it's just that the graphics will look a bit weird. It's amazing here that they've defined a custom sprite for empty. They could just use space, but alright. Content ID abuse on YouTube is absolutely cursed. It so is. $85, $170, $85, $170, $85, $170. This is some sort of dot pattern, I think. 170. There you go. 10.030 data 060. Yeah. That will work technically, but it doesn't look right, so I'm just going to put that space in. You can omit a lot of spaces in basic programming. Kind of crazy. 60, 126, 126, 126, 60. I think that's one of the player sprites. Not sure. Of course, if we miss one of these numbers entirely, the program will complain at us. 41, 31? Thank you for follow. Followers are anonymous here. Data. So which one are we up to? 0020. 42. Oh, this is going to be so sweet when we get it running. And bear in mind, this is just the level editor for the game. It wants us to use the level editor to make our own levels, and then play the game after we've built the character editor and built our character. It's not 95, that is 93, Neko. 93, 62, 99. Bingo! 1060 data. 60, 26, 255, 255, 255, 255. 60, 102, 105, 129. Some program listings that you would get in like magazines, not necessarily these with Spawn books, but like a PC or a microcomputer magazine where they're trying to save on space and they don't have time to teach you all the programming and how this works. Some of them, what they would do is they would compress the program, and then the program that you type in is just basically a decompressor and then a whole bunch of data statements, which would save space, but like the end result is the program you're typing in has very little to do with the actual game, and you could almost say it's like tamper protection, like, oh, you don't want you to hack the game to cheat, but I mean that's part of the fun, isn't it? And it also meant that like a single mistake in one of these data lines would be much more disastrous and difficult to debug. 129, yes. Damn it, where was I? 170. So that's this one. Yeah. 3 of those. 133, 129. 1080, we're almost there. We're almost there. We can try running this damn thing. 129, 66, 0, 36, 66. This feels like that cross character that we saw in the book where it's like for a trap. Because it's symmetrical, you can see. The NISA magazines included a tiny checksum program that somehow indicated any line that had been entered wrong. Yeah, you could be pretty clever with it. 1090. The end is in sight. Data 0, 60, 66, 66, 66. Execute order 66. Then 60, 0. 1100. Data 56, 56. 124. Wait, no, I missed one. 84, 124, 56, 44, that's all I can think about. 68, 02, 1120, data 0, 8, 28, 42, 127, 85, 65, 34. Oh, and we've missed a comma. 85, 65, 34. It's 8 numbers. Alright, so then it says add lines 4000 to 430, 5000 to 580 for the other computers. But then it goes into the character creator, so... Don't stir up anything, but is anyone watching The Acolyte? And before you ask me, I like it. I haven't seen The Acolyte. I'm watching it, I don't have strong feelings about it though. Yeah, don't know what it is. Anyway, let's save this to disk. There's our file. We don't know how big it is. It doesn't give us that data. Let's download drive 0 image. Just so I've got a copy. Shall we try running it? Out of data at line 840. Sweet. So that was our character loading routine. We must have missed a data line maybe, or one of the entries? I hope there are Tyrion songs in the playlist. There are. A Star Wars TV show. Oh, interesting. Watched on Disney. So let's go back to mode 7, because that lets us read a bit easier. And list the program. And compare. Like, do we have enough numbers on each of these lines? Do we have all of the lines present? Yeah? Yeah, that's the right number. It shouldn't need those extra lines, bag of potatoes, because they're marked with the triangle and square symbols, which are for Commodore 64 and VIC. Let's see, we've got line 1000, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Oh, 120. Ah, I've screwed up slightly. I missed the actual line 100. 1100. This is actually 1110. And yeah, okay. So 1110 is supposed to be this line, which goes 0 blah 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 56. And then the actual 1100 is 76, 158, 170, 190, 84. Got too excited that we were near the end. 30, 37, 88. Run? Ho ho! Can't see all of the thing. Hang on. Level generator. This is level 1. Press H for help. Don't forget to save. Thank you, bag of potatoes. I'll do that shortly. Press H. Press any key. To move, A, Z, N, M. 1 wall, 2 vase, 3 chest, 4 idle, 5 way in, 6 exit, 7 trap, 8 safe space, 9 guard, 0 to erase, S to save. Oh right, we can't use the arrow keys on this. It's A, Z, and an M. But there we go, there's our cursor. Where's the any key? And we can do like a wall. Yes, yes. And what was the entrance? I think that's the entrance. Should probably do a wall around the whole area because I don't know if you're allowed to like walk the player out of bounds, but it's probably a thing that will happen. Yeah, we're making a dungeon. And what was the exit? Let's press H for help. AZNM. 1 wall, 2 vase, 3 chest, 4 idle, 5 way in, 6 exit, 7 trap. Blah blah blah. So 5 was the way in, 6 is the exit. There you go. Making a dungeon. Does that make you a dungeon master? Yeah, we're mastering this dungeon. Got to revamp that control scheme to WSD. Input schemes in old games were pretty hairy. Even when on the RTSD it was cursed with a 1-button joystick. Yeah, a lot of the time you had weird control schemes because not all computers had arrow keys. In this case, we can't use WASD because S is for save. Yeah, dungeon. So let's, what was 2? That's a vase. I don't know what a vase does. I think that's a treasure. Let's get lots of treasure. That's some sort of monster. It's working, yeah. Can we put another monster here? Yeah. 5 and 6 were the entrance and exit. What was 7? A trap. Yes. Could get more treasure here. And a vase. Trap. Safe space. Yeah, safe space there. And I don't know what that is. Guard, I think it was. 9. Maybe some more safe spaces. In case I need those. Not really sure how the game's going to go, because we don't even have the game code yet. We still need to build the character creator and the game engine. But this is the level editor, and it's looking pretty swish. 0 is erase, right. So if I want to save that now, one moment please. Any key to save. This is where you would start your tape recorder. Mistake at line 200. No! Got 20. Ah, there we go. That's a mistake, all right. One moment. So we could try and just fix this right here. Using the special copy cursor. So 200, if I is S and IX is greater than 0, then go sub 450, go to line 20, please, thank you. If you correct it, can you just go to 200 without losing the map? Maybe, bag of potatoes. Shall we try? And I think it's go to 20. No such variable at line 30. Yeah, I guess not. That's fine. Let's make our amazing map again. What am I doing? I'm using the frickin'... trying to use the arrow keys, and that's not supported. Making my beautiful level all over again from memory. Oh, our music stopped. Which it has been doing occasionally. That's more like it. What is this? Ah, Oni. I want to play Oni at some point. It's on my big to-do list of games to play. And there's a fire engine in the background. I'll mute us, I think. Alright, fire engine's gone. Or at least it's more distant. Come on, get input focus, please. Ah. Oh. Run. Run. Oh, yeah, that's why. Stupid freaking weird caps lock things. Shift lock things. I am determined to have a level and save it, and then maybe just kind of zone out for a bit and be a potato for the rest of the day. Sure, that's fine, why not? Interesting level design. We'll have the treasures and a pot and a guard, whatever one of those is. Safe spots and trap. Which one was trap? There. Maybe another trap here. Whoop. Oh, I hit S. Okay, this is fine. Any key to save. Chug, 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 chug. Level 1 generate. Oh, this is level 2. Press H for help. So we already know that it's probably going to save just the name level, and we shouldn't try to do multiple levels here. So escape there. Mode 7 again, please. Star, no, where is Star hiding? Star cat. Level! There we go. I don't think we can load levels into the dungeon generator either. But hey, that's our dungeon generator code and a level. Let's save that to my actual computer and fall asleep. No, not fall asleep. Go out in the sun, have a walk maybe, try and stay awake. Thank you everyone for being here and participating in this sleep deprivation experiment. Just chatting. Yes, this has been a James Neko stream. Normally, well done on pushing through. Thank you, bag of potatoes. Normally, I've just been streaming once a week at 7 PM Australia Sydney time, which is like 9 AM UTC on the Mondays. And I've been playing through Ultima 8 Pagan, and it's a lot of fun. And normally I am slightly more awake and alert than this, but only slightly, because sleep is very tricky. But yeah, I will be doing maybe a couple more of these little retro gaming streams. Like, we've got 2 other bits of code to type in, so there's at least 2 other streams worth of stuff in here. And maybe when I finish that, I could start showing off some of my QBasic game that I'm in the middle of doing. Who knows? Yeah, this is mostly just so I can be awake at a normal human time and do normal human things. Maybe code Ultima 8 in BASIC. Oh, Stardrop. That could be an effort. That could be quite a bit of effort. Although, like, I could do a demake. You know, like, Dr. Yasmin is already busy getting Ultima 8 working in Exalt. And we've got Ultima 6 working in Exalt nowadays, too. I want to play that at some point. What was that unreleased Ultima 8 extension? Forgotten Isle or something. Yeah, it was... I've forgotten. Oh, the irony. The Lost Isle? Like, it was supposed to be a lost island and you would explore the old Zealand culture and things like that. Yeah. And supposedly they'd basically finished developing it, but then the studio canned it, fucking EA, because they didn't think it would sell very well because the expansion packs for 7 hadn't sold up to their high hopes. Lost Veil, thank you. But yeah, Stardrop, you know, like I could make a Ultima 4-ish, let's face it, more like Ultima 2-ish kind of engine that tries to pretend to be Ultima 8 Pagan. That might be fun. But maybe I'll do that another day. I have a big pile of unfinished projects as it is. Yeah. Um, Here are my socials. Caps lock is on. If people want them. Here is Shedford Hollow, which I share with a number of lovely people, including Rainy Janie. You can get updates there if I'm doing one of these not entirely scheduled streams, but otherwise I can see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. my time for some Ultima 8 Pagan. Take care, everyone. Shall we have a look and see who's online that we could raid? Because I'm not usually on at this time. Poppy says meow. Well, she says snoozing from a box somewhere. Ooh, we could raid into Goatee, who is doing Best of Nintendo. Goatee started this big long stream last night, my time. Is this gonna be noisy? I don't want it to be noisy. Like he's doing this marathon stream and has a bunch of guest streamers on. Today, I guess someone called Bad Rito is the guest streamer, so it's not Goatee themselves. But why don't we raid in? Because hey, it's a big long streaming event of stuff. It looks interesting. Congratulations on getting up early and making it to 4 hours. Yeah, man. If you can't find anyone, I'll recommend Fernball Farm, which is a cat sanctuary for unhomeable cats. Ah, I do love the cat streams. But we'll stick with the retro theme for now. And raid Goatee. Here's a raid message if you like. Raid Goatee No, that's not how you spell Neko. Goatee _, right? Right. If you get left behind because you're on mobile, maybe that's their link. Take care, everyone. I will see you tomorrow, or if not, whenever. Look after yourselves. Mental health is important. Take care. Bye. Now go out.